Let's see. I hate the fact that they actually show like your username on Xbox here. Wow, it's the audio was it sounded so far away from my headphones that I thought it was coming out of my speakers. Alright, so wow, you immediately start off. Oh yeah, I noticed that there's no visual controls. I guess it makes sense. A lot of things in this game is pretty much flat anyways. I don't think it makes a lot of sense to have visual controls, unless there are after I start the game. I don't even know anything about this game. An operator works with drones that high precision remote machines to perform complex tasks from a distance. Sleeper assigns the operator to operator works are usually cerebral and precise people. So I don't know what this game is about, so I don't know what any of these things mean or do. Engineering works with machines and physical interface, works with digital interfaces. That doesn't mean anything to me at this point. Strength or strength of will. See, and all these stuff here don't mean anything to me right now. Intuit. That's the name of a company. Approach problems with awareness. Approach a problem head on. Extractors work on resource extractions, often in hard vacuum environments. Sleepers assigned to extractor work are often confident, self-sufficient, and have high levels of endurance. Okay. Machinist. Repairs and modifies automated system used in industrial resource extraction. Sleepers assigned to machinist works are usually diligent, careful, and structured people. Works with machines and physical tools. I don't know, since that's on the top of the list, I feel like that might be the most important and the bottom might be the least important. But I could be wrong. But I feel like usually this is ordered in such a way where that's how it usually is. So, we're just gonna go with that. Since that's very important, this might be least important. And you might as well lose the least important part and gain the most important part. So let's choose. Yeah, see? This is like right in the middle. That's also right, pretty much right in the middle, but the middle one is higher than the right one. Let's just go with this. I don't know how this game works. The first thing you become aware on waking is the disconnect, the delay between thinking and feeling, between wanting to act and acting. Minor, almost imperceptible, but always present. Unknown. So item, data, item, cryo, cryptocurrency stored in air-walled sticks of memory known as chits. First thing you become aware on waking is the disconnect, the delay between thinking and feeling, between wanting to act and acting. Minor, almost imperceptible, but always present. It's at its worst when waking, when yourself has spent many dark hours recalling what it felt like to be real, to be a person, to be in a body that was indisputably yours. Okay, so first thing you become aware of waking in the disconnect is the disconnect, the delay between thinking and feeling, between wanting to act and acting. Mine are almost imperceptible, but always what does that mean? Mine are almost imperceptible, but always present. It's at its worst when waking, when yourself has spent many dark hours recalling what it felt like to be real, to be a person, to be in a body that was indisputably yours. It's at its worst when waking. God, this sentence in this game is so either advanced or I'm just too stupid. It's at its worst when waking, when yourself has spent many dark hours recalling what it felt like to be real, to be a person, to be in a body that was indisputably yours. What does that mean? Okay, well, I guess how I like to think of that body. It's at its... Oh, okay, well, hold on. A leap into the cold lake on a hot day, the string of blood welling from a fresh wound, the friction of a fingertip. All of a sudden, the memories are closer than you thought. Wait, I'm going to say this again. The sting of a blood welling from a fresh wound. Okay, so I was hurt before getting into the cold lake on a hot day. The friction of a fingertip. The friction of a fingertip. What does that mean? I mean, I know what that means, but in what context? Like, am I scratching it? All of a sudden, the memories are closer than you thought, blurring as you approach until you can't tell one from the other. Are closer than you thought. All of a sudden, the memories are closer than you thought, blurring as you approach until you can't tell one from the other. Tell which from what? I know the memories, but which... Is there like more than one memory? The cold slips in. Yeah, the cold slips in behind and around you, and the sensation fades out of reach. Perhaps you should be thankful for the dulled nature of this new body. Given your current circumstance, the walls of the container feels immediately present, cold, hard at your back and face, cramping your limbs. You resist the desire to stretch, knowing that the claustrophobia comes next, and retreat a little from your central nervous system. It isn't painful, not like you used to know pain at least. Okay, that makes sense. In emergency mode, pain is a message delivered with efficiency and ease, a reminder that harm is imminent. There is no insistent throb, no trembling nerves, just a warning delivered with banal quality of a digital notification. Right now, there are thousands of them. What? What are these choices? We're just talking about pain, right? And then I'm assuming that we are a robot. Are thousands of them? Remember the plan, remember the others. First of all, what plan? And second of all, what is the others? Sure, I'll just remember the plan. You mostly remember that it wasn't a good plan, but your options were limited. And once you got the itch to get out, by any means possible, it was either that plan or something much worse. It was at least simple collapse the shaft, drift away with the in the chaos, slips into cargo processing, seal yourself in container, then just hope the freighter left before you were missed. Some were lost in the shaft, others never found the meeting point. Only a few made it to the container, but the freighter, as far as you know, left. That feels like enough to know that you might no longer be on that grim and heartless rock. Even if in the airless hold of a freighter, you might freeze solid long before you reach any destination. What does that... Okay, so I'm inside some sort of a cargo. I no longer be on the grim and heartless rock. Okay, so this is like a space cargo. You might, or a land cargo? That's, okay, you might freeze solid long before you reach any destination. Wait for the cold or try to rest. I don't know. I might as well wait for the cold. That's all there is now. It has been a long time since you left. Surely weeks, maybe months. You are dully aware of damage to your legs, your right arm. You might have been reserving energy as much as possible, but even then your body has shut many of its systems down to protect you. You have spent much of that time asleep, knowing that anything else would be impossible to endure. You feel the weight of the impossible begin to gather. It is time to sleep again, to nudge that false body into inducing delta waves in your emulated mind, and once again recoil into a dream of where you were once a person. The cold creeps further in. You feel something warm. Not true warmth, but the indication of its presence. Your joints release from their rigor. Sounds too everywhere, screeching and shimmering so loud that your body ducks your hearing to protect its sensors. And light, white as the coal, and then softer and softer until in a haze of dirty yellow, a figure appears. You are out. Pragmatic salvagers. It has been a few hours since Dragos pulled you from the container. You sit huddled in the corner of his scrapyard, swindled in the reflected folds until the mylar bark, and you are slowly coming back to consciousness, back to life, and you stare at the ornately curving elements of the provisioned heater. You are surrounded by angular, incoherent lumps of ships, some corroded beyond recognition, others still carry glassy wounds along their edges where a plasma arc sliced them apart. As you trace their shapes with fogged eyes, you hear a voice. So, sleeper, are you all thawed yet? I should stay silent. Never seen one of you come in like this. New frames might have better perseverance and sub-zero vac. Seen more than a few of you frozen solid to hull plates or inside outer locks in my time. They weren't so lucky. Dragos comes into focus, shrouded in makeshift tech, his headset with its glinting eyes, the mark of a drone operator. On his shoulder, one of the symbiotically linked drones perches, its irising eyes locking you with an unflinching stare. Last living sleeper that came through his yards was a while ago. Why didn't it last long? You struggle to read his expression beneath the tech, but he seems lost in memory of a moment, or perhaps he is just figuring out what to do with you. I don't know what this means. What happened to them? Who's them? I'll just stay silent. I won't ask what led you to do it, to sell yourself to a corporation, and I suppose you know you can't go back. Your old body that's there now, and you are just a software, a rogue emulation illegally possessing corporate property. You nod along, you remember biometrically signing the form, the cold floors on your feet as you padded to the sleeper cells, the promise of a life off-world, but as you do, you get now familiar sensation that these are your memories, these are things you know, but not things you feel. You are no longer that person, you are an offshoot, a copy. What you won't know is what's ahead, at least the last one didn't. There's no easy way to put it. That body of yours is falling apart. It's the same for any sleeper who makes it out. SNR wants to protect their property, but they can't keep a hold of you. Well, then no one can. You remember that too, or at least rumors of it from your other sleepers. Planned obsolescence, a built-in dependence on the regular administered supplements that were part of your routine. Stop taking them and your body begins to shut down, separate from your emulated mind. How long has it been? How long have you but for now, sleeper, you are one of the lucky ones. Dragos glances up and away towards the glassy dome of the yard. The eye is the best place you could be right now. Oh, the eye? What is the eye? The station you see soon enough. Dragos impatiently shifts his weight. Look, I've got things you can... Trails off. There's an old freight container I've been using as a storage out of the stacks. We haven't been pulling in much valuable scraps these days, so you are welcome to it. Something wells up inside of you. Emotion fatigue. You shakily get to your feet. Alright, you head up on up there. You look like you need some rest, and with that, Drago stalks back into the Rex. His drone's already converging on a rustling halt. Plasma flashes, silhouetting his blinding figure as he returns to work. Life of the Eye runs in cycles, during which you can talk to characters, explore areas of the station, and perform actions. At the end of each cycle, you need to head to your current home to rest. Resting will move time forward on the station. Head to the empty container location to rest and end the cycle now. Okay. All cycles needs to rest and prepare for the next one. You wait curled up in the corner of the container and begin slowly assembling the world around you. After all this time, you still find his body, the one you wake in now, strange and disjointed. Its message readable but somehow wrong. You sit up, pulling the mylar blanket close against the cold. Here you are on this ruined station. Millions of miles from anyone you know. You are still in the system. Are you still in the system? Did any of the others make it out? It's impossible to know. After all this, what matters? I don't know what happened prior to this. just getting answers. It all matters. The past is impossible to escape if it remains a blur. When Edson Arp did you cannot be forgotten. You need the weight of understanding all this before you can move on. Okay. Where are you? What is this place? What happened to the others? The questions outnumbers the answers. You want to change that, but you'll want to learn to survive first. Dragos has left a few comforts in the container. The mylar blankets, the bed rolls you slept on, the canisters of water, the makeshift electricity stove, and some faded sachets of desiccated powder. You thumb the power stud of the stove and begin to boil the water. The contents of that sachet smells like a damp wood, and you sprinkle them into the liquid. As the pungent smell washes over you, images of your restless sleep comes back to you. A ring like a station, but skeletal and ghostly. A web of threads pulling at your skin. A constellation of bright polygonal shapes like angular suns burning into your mind. There's something unpleasantly visceral about these images, and it is long after you finish drinking that they begin to fade. You tidy away the stoves as best you can and try to gather enough energy to greet the day. Your condition represents the current state of your artificial body. Okay, that's the top. It depletes by one segment each cycle, but can also be damaged by violence, injury, or lack of food. If your condition bar empties, you'll suffer a breakdown. You have to figure out how to recover your condition now that you no longer have access to corporate pharmaceuticals that are keeping you alive. Action dice. At the start of each cycle, you roll your action dice. These dice can be used to perform actions on the station. The number of dice rolled is based on your current condition. The worse your condition, the fewer dice you have. Once you have used your dice, you cannot take any further actions and you must rest to recover them, ending the current cycle. You also need to eat to survive. This is represented by your energy bar. You can refill your energy bar by eating, but first you have to find somewhere to get food and currency to buy it. Your energy depletes by 2 segments each cycle. Okay. If it becomes empty, you'll be starving and your condition will deplete at double. Okay. Double the rate per cycle. Okay. Woo! It's a lot of reading in this game. Does it make sense? It's a narrative game, but I was hoping there would be voice acting. So what am I supposed to do? When you close... I stood in the container wearing his headset, and in the harsh light of the corridor you realize it is implanted. A drone sits on his shoulder. It's cached up sensor as I played. Irising, how are you feeling? Okay. The drone chirps. Glad to hear. You notice that beneath the operator's rig, his skin is marked by burns and blotches. I know the container isn't much, but it'll keep you safe, he pauses, so I'm not going to chit-chat too long. You know, you well enough to work? I mean, sure. Alright then. At the yards, it's simple stuff. We hack these old hulls, sell them off to the shipyards, the bright market dealers with cryo. Occasionally we put out some text, something with a bit more value, but most of what comes in is scrapped. It is hard to find good hands here, but I figure as a sleeper you'll be used to the manual labor, and obviously I'll slip you in a few chits of commission based on what you turn up. Metal bars, air-walled cryo, isolated from the market, is what we used to trade out here. He stuffs them back into the pocket. He shovels his feet nervously. Look, I wouldn't usually do this, but in my opinion, you'd be the best suited moving on as quickly as you can in sleeper as well. trails off, but things being that way that they are for me. At the yard, he pauses. I need the help. Sure. Okay, he pauses, thinking something else to add. Look, just come down to the yard when you are feeling fresher. There's plenty to do. See you later. Looks like you. Alright. What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? I don't get it. Oh. Okay. There are keyboard controls. So what is this? You have imposed a toll for anyone who wants to get in without paying. Hold on, let's look at the option. Actions are primary way to interact with the world of citizens. Leave to perform an action. Click and drag your chosen action dice to the slot. Repeatable action. Hold on. Can hide valuable components and materials. Extracting them means cutting carefully and skillfully. Repeatable action. It's going to take some time to sort and cut your way through the towers. Okay. Action rewards you with clock progress, energy, conditions, or item depending on the outcome. There are 3 types of outcome. Better than expected. The action fails. Oh, okay. So 1, 2. Where's 3? Oh wait, there is 3. 3, 4. Okay, so ideally you want 6 and 5. One. Critical or repeatable. Critical actions can only be performed once. No loss of condition, energy, or cryo. Negative outcomes mean crime or energy loss. Okay, so save. Okay, these skills and design requires by engineers interface. So what? Progress clocks. Clocks are displayed below the actions that fill them, and they track your and how they affect the world. Filling a clock means something good or bad is about to happen. The one tracking Drago's depths are clock cycles. Or cycle clocks. These clocks tick themselves once each cycle and complete without player input. Any active will be displayed on the icon on that location. As you discover more about yourself and the world, guide you to pursuing objectives. Depending on which path you should take, you can track drives at any track yellow marker on location that will help you pursue your drive menu via the arrow button at the top left of the screen. Now free to explore areas and make your life yourself. Try tracking a drive to help you survive. Keep your energy up and a way to recover condition. Fill clocks to progress stories and find new opportunities. Remember to end cycle at your home when you're out of dice. I'm so lost. I've planned Sterling them would be the fast way to get and most dangerous. Doesn't mean new places to visit. It means you're eye on arrivals too. Hey you, wanna earn a shit? New piles of tied together hull plates. Stretches out her back, her shoulders bulging beneath her flight suit. Make it two. She sighs and pinches the bridge of her nose. Alright, come here then. We're crossing the docking concourse as she begins to split the plating into two bundles. What is with this place, she asks, and she angrily lashes the massive plates together. Everyone wants their cut. He straightens up to an imposing height, her armor plates creaking, and looks you up and down. Or is it just that you think I'm easy mark? I get it, I do. She shakes her head, but if I could just one cycle without some jumped up gritter trying to take me in for a minute, then well, it'll be nice. Oh, it's one bundle with the plate and turn. Come on then, enough chat. You've got to earn those chits. What's all this for? She nods at the plates on her back. I'm building a tree house. A what house? in space. Gives you another look. It's all for ambiguous that cutters. I have been silent out there. She rapidly turns. Hold on a second. Turns another corner as you trail behind. She got cut up pretty bad on her last job, and I got a more up here for a spell. But since then, it's only gotten worse. Someone got in and sliced the core from her ship mine, so now she's gone dark. Shifts the panel on her shoulder. Is that I'm short on one ship mine with a ton of repairs to do, and the rest of the crew signed off on moment they got wine. I'll be stranded, so yeah, it's been some time. Anything you can do to help? I don't know. Got a ship mine tucked away on that frame of yours. For a moment you aren't sure if she's serious. Swings the plate from her back, almost knocking you over, and this haul is just a second bundle of your shoulders. You're the first person I've met here who might actually be considered helpful. Look, you want to help? Come see me. I need a hand. Don't see. Okay. Passes the bundle of plates through that. Just don't go spreading out all this around. Throws you a couple of chits. Gives you a parting nod and ducks through the doorway. Alright, get out of here. She calls back in long. New drive discovered. Looks like they need to be encrypted key of why the heavenly security for a decaying dock. Oh. This time you don't wake up. Instead, the ghost of a station that shifts skeletal rings surrounds you. For a moment, you are gone, absent from your own body, stretches out across the colorless void, and connectors begin to establish themselves, thread tugging on the edge of your mind. These threads become vectors of exchange and then extensions that, as you feel your thoughts slipping away down dissolving on the millions of distributed nodes that connect you. You see the station, no, you feel the station like a web of textures as a smooth black liquid. I want to touch it. You find a point in the station, you connect to it, pulse through it. You touch more points than you have fingers, and then you try in a moment of impulsive to connect them. The flow passes through you so rapidly that you feel yourself being carried with it, splitting and separating. As you do these occurring things that you can't possibly know, you reach out and try to grasp it and try to touch them too. You'll notice a tugging feeling pulling you insistently as if it were a small child. Someone that is pulling in two directions at once. You look down. All of a sudden, everything shuts off. Come back trembling into this unfamiliar body, both yours and not yours, all at once. You find yourself standing in the container's eyes, now open to the dark steel walls. You feel a change within you, a shift. You close your eyes for a second and you feel it waiting. There, the station splayed out across your mind, a storm of connective nodes waiting to be explored, and then it's gone. You know, I'm not exactly sure, because a lot of the text in this game is very confusing to me. It's like they gave me options on something that I had no idea how to answer, because like okay, so I'll give you an example. Earlier, like it says like I assume that I'm like a scrapped robot, right? And then it's telling me when I was all these questions about like, instead of telling me what I was what I want to do at that moment, it's asking me like, or it's telling me things about what you're experiencing, and then it gave me prompts like find out where the others went, and I'm like, who are the others? You know, I was like, they didn't explain any of that. I was like what? There's nothing about this says like gave me any inclination who these others are. I just woke up and it's assuming that I know this world already. Damn it, neutral outcome. And then okay, so with these, like these are like a bunch of dice. It's like a 6-sided dice, and then this is like my lifeline, and this is like my starvation level. If this goes all the way down, which is pretty much near at the bottom right now, this will go down. This will double of going down when I'm full, like when I have 0 down here. And then the more I have this, the more dice I can get after I go like, you know, quote unquote sleep, right? Which is like a turn. Cool. So what happens? Next, come call to the enforcement at the door. You shuffle down the flickering hallway towards the open apartment door. You keep your head down and your shoulders high on the queue. Try not to bring attention to yourself. You were thankful for the tip-off that the doctor was operating out of this place, but now you are here and you aren't so sure. The gang enforcers on the door, the flickering light strips, the cab block, they have all made the long queues a test of your nerves, but your options are few, and without a supply of stabilizers, your body will... You suppress a shiver and shuffle forward the front of your queue. You try to find something to distract yourself. See, like this, like look inside, look at them first. Okay, I guess this makes kind of sense. Look inside the damn place, right? Look inside. You lean against the doorframe and look into the apartment. The entryway is dark, punctuated by the green indicator of stacks of sealed containers. You lean in and see amber light filtering through the far doorway, screened with plastic sheathing, beyond which blurred shapes move. The slap of the enforcer palms against the doorway jerks you awake. Wait your turn, he growls. Okay, so he didn't like the fact that I peeked inside. After a few minutes, a figure pushes through the doorway and you catch a distant voice. Send the next one in, Toshiro. The enforcer jerks his head and you slip in. The enforcer jerks his head and you slip inside, passing through the dark entryway and pushing through the plastic things on the far door. The room beyond is bathed in warm light. A floor-to-ceiling transparent panel gives a full view of the bright market sealed roof and buzzing traffic above. For a moment, you are transfixed by the motion. That's a doctor? Okay, come sit. Comes a sharp voice and you see a silhouette figure turned away, replacing the plastic sheathings over the frame of a simple folding bed. You make your way across the room. The figure turns, and as they do, you see an expression of confused flash across their features. You open the mouth as you speak. They blink and then quickly regain their composure. They gesture to the bed, then turn to an open case of tools on the table. You sit. Sabine turns, a compact diagnosis scanner of some kind in their hand. They hold it to their eye. The remain still pleases. Their tone is clipped and businesslike. You stare ahead, still dazed from their expressions. When you enter, fear, recognition, sadness unmistakably etched across their face. How long have you been on the station? They asked. The scanner still on your eye. A few cycles. They nod. It's good you came to me. They set the diagnosis scanners on the table. I'm going to start by assuming you don't know anything. Yes, I don't know anything. They take your arm and roll up your sleeves. Wait, I have a sleeve? I thought it was like a robot of some kind. Inspecting your synthetic skin. Okay, so I am kind of... Your body is dying. The way they say it without ceremony, without drama, but not without empathy. Doesn't like to see its proprietary technology get loose to prevent bodies like yours, framed as they call them, from being stolen, repurposed, or with the, in your case, escaping the built-in a process of so-called planned obsolescence. Frames decay rapidly when not regularly injected with stabilizers. One with absent art remains the sole producers of. They look up. Sound familiar? No. That's okay. Most sleepers are prevented from proper access to this kind of information before they sign up to be emulated. That's how this works. SFR goes to great lengths to conceal the aberrations of stabilizers to active sleepers. They swap to your other arm, running some thin metal device over your skin. You feel your forearm tremble, I'm sorry, and you are unsure if they mean for your cold touch or the metal or everything else. Emulations like yours, sleepers, as most people know you, aren't classified as people in any of the surrogate systems. You have no rights, no status. They focus hard on the inspections of your arm, and absent arms has no reason to release stabilizers into the market. Sabin looks up as if to apologize again, but they stop themselves. I know little of this is of use to you. They turn away, disassembling the metal instruments and cleaning it. Silence fills the room as Sabin works, and then the silence gives away to tension. You stare at their back, willing them to say something, anything. Sabin turns to face you. I may be able to help, they sigh, and you see the darkness under their eyes. Hear the fatigue in their voice. They gestures to the door. You saw Toshiro outside, you nod. He works for my benefactor, Yaragan. They are influential in the low end. They give me the space to work, run the door, and take the profits. At the same time, I have to fix up their enforcers, tend to their implants, sew up their wounds they took away. But Yaragan has connections. Smugglers from the Star Wars Belt, mercenaries working for the corporations on Ember. If they can source their stabilizers, maybe you will have a better chance. So it's down their state, their notes complete. This is dangerous, and it will be expensive, but I think we can do it. Why help me? And walks away to the window, their face dappled by the shadow of passing drones. Let's just see if this works first. I'll let you know when I have a lead. Nod and leave. Sabin still staring out, unmoving. When you reach to the lower levels of the market, you look back up through the panels of the roof, see if you can see their face. But the room looks dark against the lights on the market. You duck your head and walk off into the crowd. Huh. So does that mean I can still eat? Apparently I'm starving. To finish a scene. Memphis is busy. It's broad face uplit by the makeshift gas burner in front of him. With a precise, delicate movements, he lays thick chunks into marinated fungus into a dented wok. His other hand idly tosses a metal bowl of sliced vegetables and some red-flecked dressing. It smells incredible. You watch as he fulfills a set of orders, heaping into the fungus with bright salad and depositing in the plastic trays. A stack of chip rattles into his apron pocket as customers file past the burner, handling overpayments. You join the queue. It's mostly made off of off-duty salvagers, vac suits unzipped and rolled down the exposed tainted vest, a grubby mods, a lattice of scars and tattoos. They discuss the best food on the eye, but the best drinks, comparing notes with the bright market's dives, their words cut through with heavy spacer slang. It's your turn and you shuffle to the front. Emma speaks into the deep, even tone without looking up. First try is free. The smell is almost unbearably strong as he cooks, the earthiness of the fungus laced with something so spicy. The smoke makes your eyes water. The heat from the burner is like a bonfire and your skin hardens in its glare. I know you sleepers, Emphasis says while he cooks. His voice deep but clear. A lot of stories. He glances up into beneath his cap with piercing eyes. I know. You begin to tell him about your journey to the eye, and he nods as he cooks. His eyes never leave his work. You tell him of the confusion, the pains, but also the sense of possibility in its sudden arrival. You tell him of the cold and dark of the container and the endless cycles spent within it. Now it seems you tell him like some dream that you once had but can never forget. That the eye excites you and scares you, and you are unsure where to walk, where you look, and what to do. Eventually you tail off, running out of words. He places a plastic tray of steaming fungus in your hand. Next time we can talk some more, he smiles, but next time you pay. He slams a heavy-handed against a button on your burner's side and it shuts off. The roar of the flame and its impressive heat fades. Next time then, sleeper. He waves you away and begins to oil the wok. Before you turn back to the alley, you notice the geometric patterns of circular scars across his forearm, each surrounded with a constellation of glinting pin marks. You walk away, and as you do, take a bite of the rich, spicy delicacy, sweet fungus. Your taste sensors light up like a fusion reactor. You'll be back. Okay, whatever. Again, the skeletal rings of the station fills your mind. Sparks with glittering lights like stars reflected on the winter lake. It is clearer, crisper than before. The thread still pulls, but you remain in place, flickering in the flow. Between the threads, you see bright shapes, caches of shimmering light beneath transparent crystal forms. You follow the path of a thread across the ring through these forms and leaping off into the void. You begin to understand that these are nodes and connections, a map of information of communications. There are so many layers, so many loops that it seems almost impossible to parse. But but you begin to try. I don't know what these things mean. Focus on the threads. Like, what does this mean? Now let's just focus on that. Those are glassy bright, but in all this flows, the only solid and fixed points. You approach one, a pyramid or a triangle. Dimensions are difficult here, and lean close to it. Inside, shifting layers conceal a tangle of threads, a meeting point of exchange, but before you can glimpse inside, the glass clouds and hardens, cutting you off. The threads and notes, passengers and puzzle boxes, once lead to another. There is so much here, so many answers, so many questions. All you need to do is follow the path and open the boxes. You look out across the ghost landscapes of exchange to see an opportunity. But then that insistent tugging again, pulling at you. You look down again to see two lines, two threads pulling into different directions if it were tied around you. See? Stuff like this I don't understand. The first, the second. Like, what did, like, this doesn't make any sense to me. Okay, let's just do it. The first leads out away from the station into the inky black. Somewhere out there is tracking you, hunting you, following the threads to you. They are in the ship, and the ship is approaching ever closer with each cycle. The second thread leads in, pulling deep into the station. Her gaze follows it, and this time you see something, a sphere shimmering around above a strange angular body. The pulse shoots out from it, passing over you like a torch beam, testing you, tasting you. You open your eyes. Time is short. Okay. Something has changed inside. You can now access a data cloud of the eye, the network of decaying protocols, data caches, while you can use the dice and items to access the system and extract data. But be careful, these networks are old and strange. Click the eye button on top of the screen to toggle view it on and off. Okay. Data actions allow you to extract data from the network of the eye. They work like data actions, but in order to unlock them, you must match your dice to the one displayed on if you have a dice of +1 in the interface. If I'm playing a game or an engineering literature exam, you have a +1 or +2 modifier, you'll begin the more possible dice to match. You can use any dice that matches the dice display. Okay, so what does this mean? This works. Well, might as well. As you drift back into the node, something latches onto you, a thread strung tightly around you. It tethers into place a taste. A voice makes you shiver. It soars somehow both distant and close behind your ears. Light shuts off, and then suddenly the shape is at your side. It stalks around you, circling like a shark, like a wolf. Entity unknown and processing. Stay still. Please hold. The thread around you thickens until it is a ring, cylinder, a tunnel of light circled around you. It is blinding for a moment, and then It is gone. As it fades, you see a figure, a creature in front of you. Its strange head flickers between different angles, reading you. What did you do? The shape paces around you for the legs. Through there is no ground here to pace. Identified origin, serial Candace. The figure faces you expectantly? What does that mean? Expectantly. Unknown. The figure's strange head rotates back. Signature of and not of. Attempting interface. As the figure speaks, more threads begin to spiral from its head. Thick, snaking vine like ribbons that flex and wave. They approach with intent. Stop. The figure halts its thread, its head twitching. Entity, your identity is unknown. We can only seek to correct illegalities. You can confirm your legal rights to... I am a person. You are an entity. Is directly in front of yours, blocking your visions. You stink of their taste. The one with the sealed dock. Hunter shimmers with fury. I will find access. I will interface. Sealed dock. An entity hides into the rotunda, and ye are its puppet. Hunter extends a razor-edged threads. I will not be diverted from my task. It glows with murderous intent. Not a physical strike, but a focusing a speck of interference, leaping out like a tip of a spear. Hunter stumbles, shift separates. Blinking back into the station light, shaking with fear. I don't understand what's going on. So how do I gain my... Well, I might as well. Aw, neutral. Damn it. Oh well. Someone out there is tracking you. Okay, no, whatever. As you close up, a voice echoes down the corridor towards you. Sleeper, wait up. Bang is coming down the corridor towards you, a wonky grin on the broad face. Hey, he's glad I caught up to you. Do I know you? He grins. You do now. He puts on a hand on I've seen you hanging around, just wants to chat. You staying in that thing? He nods back into the container, shaking his head rough. It can be hard to get a start on that eye. He looks away down the passage. What's that old Aaron says the eye opens for us all. Nice idea, but well, not always very practical. He glances back up to you. We do our best until it isn't easy. You press along into the main walkway. We are all one dysfunctional family. Fang puts out an arm around you. I'm not part of the security branch, though. So don't worry, I'm with the systems. The systems? Everything in the eye runs on. He runs a hand across the passage wall. This place is a ruin, but system keeps it spinning somehow. At least we try to. He stops you in the quiet passage. Look, that's not what I'm here to discuss. I saw you around, and well, I know a little about you, Sleeper. I have a little proposition for you. He glances around, but this is not the place for it. I have an office just across the way. Give me a cycle or two to prepare, then when you are settled, stop by. He lowers his voice and gives you a dark look. In truth, I need you if what they say is true about you sleepers. Well, okay. Stay clean, sleeper. He walks off into the passage. Okay, whatever. I mean, I might as well. What's this? What will this do? The glass shatters on the steel bar beside you, and the taunts don't. Hey, Haunt, the spacer calls out with a low room. What are you doing here? Laughs at his own lame joke. Playing human? You hunch a little further, staring at the hundreds of tiny impact points that scars the bar. The hat falls onto your shoulder, but you flinch away. It pats reassuring you, freeze in place. Out. The voice comes from behind you, spat out like a shot. You turn to see bright eyes, dark hair, a stare that could breach the wall and vent you into the hard vacuum. Turn back to spacer. The second glass comes sailing through the air. Catch. Reach out and across your forearm, showering you in arrogance. Though the haze of glass and vapor cease, leap the bar and close the distance of spacers. The thud as he slams into the wall echoes into the bar like a thunder. Flanked by figures quick to their feet, Tala throws the spacers out through the door and stands silhouetted against the tunnel light. You touch your arm and it feels wet. Some helps you to find feet and back into your stool. Broken glass rattles as it is cleared and freshly measures of Girole is glugged out in front of you. Same hand, warm, heavy, falls onto your shoulder once more. You don't tolerate that kind of shit here. Tala flops into the stool beside you. Let's get a look at you. Tala wipes the powdered glass from around the wound, and someone places the bottle of alcohol and metal tins with tweezers on the bar. He and then turns you. That was an ambitious catch, he smiles, pulling a silver glass from your forearm. Stupid but ambitious. You don't feel the pain, only the string of status messages your body delivers concerning detrimental damage and exposed structure. You do feel the care, though. The tall, bright eyes searches your thick, synthetic skins for splinter. Works into the skill of someone who has to pick glass splinters from the skin of a stranger before he hones in on each bright shard. Hold on a second. I don't know how I got this cut on my finger. How did that happen? It's on my pinky. Oh, well, whatever. Okay. So you've been one of the on the Ilong? Just arrived. The splitter clinks into the tent. Not everyone is like an idiot. We don't all hate you. She glances around. Some of the regulars they fear you. I don't know, but I do know that Overlook is a safe place. It's like to be new in the place. Trust me, it meets your eye. I'm not trying to convince you of anything. Just separate you from the. Just want you to know that if you need somewhere, you can always come here. I usually have Francis on the door, but he's up to the greenway of the cycle, haggling with her superior tends to be particular about what we serve, even if the client isn't. She places her tweezers into the tin with a clink. Can you get drunk? Let's find out. To see you become a real regular, she walks back around the bar, gathering the glass as she does, and before long is retelling how she threw the spears on complete dramatic actions. Take a sip of the galore and the earthly fungal tones till your senses almost blocking out the sights and sound, like diving headfirst into the bog. You may not be able to get drunk, but this connection is something grown, something fermented, something old feels good. So how do I get that back again? Feels like a... Oh, how the hell did I get this cut on my finger? Okay, well, whatever. Let's just... Oh, wow, that's good. Sleeper. Fan catches your antenna as you approach the hammer. Okay, whatever. You approach easier to come this way. Security at all, you know? Slams the button and bay creaks open. Blank. You follow the thing inside. Truth be told, I don't spend much time upstairs, but this is where I work. The door hisses as it closes behind you. The bay is filled with pieces of hardware, all rigged up in generators and diagnosis slates and things you don't recognize that glow with blue screen lights. There is a chorus of hums that blend into the single wave of static, filling the dark corners of the room. Fang leans onto the server stack and gestures around. You like it? It's incredible. I thought you'd say that. Taps in the nearby server stack and bleeps in response. This is my treasure trove, all drenched up with the sea of systems we call the Eye. We wouldn't believe what this place runs on. Over the towering blocks speckled with vents, some of these systems are from the original station. AE1, well, we had to invent new components, repair things we never built, reverse engineer entire something into existence. To look up the Eye to think that they were seeing a concrete reality, but this place is a system of in constant flux, decaying and glowing, collapsing into new configurations. He walks down between the hardware stacks and you follow, we are keeping this place alive, but also remaking it into something new, dragging it away from those corporate origins. He stops. At least that's what I'm trying to do. He turns back to face among the flickering machines. They hum around you. I know you can see it too, sleepers. All these systems and sections, you can, can't you? You are between here and there, between the people and their systems. You light this place into the beacon, that's what I need. You glance at the lights around you. As you do, they seem to flicker, to realign, to follow your gaze. Fang notices it too. I'm guessing being a beacon isn't always ideal when you're on the run though. He pats you on the shoulder. Maybe I can help with that. There's a lot of old growth in this place. Some systems I can't see. Access protocol, lost of time and decay. A secret's a shitload of secrets. With your help, I can unlock this place, break off those last ghost limbs of corporate control. He lowers his voice below the hum, even if the haven't there with old gross. Those who root trace back into those old days. See what I can do about the trackers of yours, he winks. What do you say, sleeper? Okay, I'm in. Jeez, this game really makes you want to read, huh? Makes you read, huh? Bumps his fist and claps you on the shoulder. He meets your eye. You won't regret it, sleeper. As he's a ragged. Like Giffy smiles with the song. I dug up with the depth of the station. Slot that into the old network gate and you'll be able to pull out all kinds of secret from the nodes inside. He walks you back into the front of the base, starts by bringing me whatever you can turn up. Use that emulated minds of yours and see what's there. Let's get a picture of how things are. Those above, he nods into the ceiling, have granted me the acquisition budget. I can pay you whatever useful data you bring in. I know you need it. He slams the door button again. Keep it quiet and keep it clean. Sleeper, I'll see you soon. Yeah, it is a book in disguise. But it's like, remember like in the old days, there was like that choose your own adventure books where you like, it says like, if you choose this, go to page whatever. And if you choose that, you go to page, go to this page and stuff like that. I had this old, I don't know where it is now. Maybe we threw it away or whatever, but we had this this Japanese Super Mario book that did that. And not only that, like everything, the choices, not this text choices, but then the thing up here affects like how things progress. And it's by chance too. Like there's a percentage chance. You step, blinking back out of the passage, those flickering lights still in the back of your mind. Like here, like this is like 100% chance of being a positive result. This 5 is like 50% positive, 50% neutral, and then like if it's like 1, it's 50% neutral and 50% negative. Like right. See, like this is negative. get through and willing to pay anyone willing to help them. The first thing you see in this entry is a glint of Toshiro's implants, like a cat's eye in the dark of the corridor. He nods to you as you arrive to him. The entryway is still dark. He pushed through the sheathing into the surgery. Stands in a case, opens in front of them. A set of vials open up inside, separated by a foam inserts. They pick up one, rotating into the warm light. I have no idea where Yaragan. They trail off. We should treat this with caution. It looks authentic, but I have no idea if it really is what it appears to be. That seems to be the case. Unfortunately, I'm not sure we have another choice. They gesture for you to sit on the bed. The stabilizers work under similar principles of immunosuppressants of the transplant's operations, in that it stops your body from rejecting the unfamiliar part of itself. In the case of your flame, the unfamiliar part is each of the biosynthetic organ groups, which over time are identified by the body as foreign material and therefore must be eliminated. What does that mean? In the case of your frame, the unfamiliar parts is each of your biosynthetic organ groups, in which over time are identified as your body as foreign material and therefore must be eliminated. Okay, so it's like something bad is inside me and it has to be taken out. Holds a vial that would be stabilizers. However, unlike an immunosuppressant, the stabilizers don't do this by limiting your entire immune system. Instead, it re-encodes your biosynthetic organs with new protein chains, which act as passcodes within your immune system. The stabilizer refreshes those passcodes, keeping your frame from rejecting all of its own organs. Passcodes. In very basic terms, yes, they sigh. Look, what matters here is the stabilizer should be able to encode any organic or biosynthetic matter to be accepted by your immune system. They glance away. At least if it's the stabilizer is genuine, the only way to know for sure is to inject a vial, and they begin rattling the syringe. I will start with small doses to limit the risk. I'm working with the best guesses here, but the case, the vials, it looks authentic. Sabine cracks the glass neck of the cellular vials and uses a syringe to extract a fraction of the liquid. They tap the syringe and you watch as if any signs might emerge from the clear liquid. You barely feed the needle your frame registering the initial injection, but with little response. The sensation begins to spread from a fizzing, trembling wave that disperses through your arm with incredible speed. Your vision goes white, and when it returns, Satan appears encased in shards of sparkling light that slowly fades into darkness as you settle back against the bed. Unless I'm playing a puzzle game or... Yeah, but this is all text. I guess it makes sense if it's like a puzzle game or a TCG. I guess the text here, it might be a little complex, but also this game just puts you straight into the game without giving you any context. I don't know if that's what they were going for, but yeah, when you sit back, Sabin is sitting at the chair by the window, facing away from you, backlit by the glow of their state. Awake? Yes. The stable error is genuine. They sit down and I don't know how Yaragan acquired this case, but they did. Steven looks troubled, distracted. You should rest some more, but you're going to have to do that somewhere else. They gesture to the door. I have other patients. Sorry. Steven nods towards the case. I'm afraid I can't offer you any more doses. You are going to need to pay for your next dose. Silence fills the room and they return to their glowing state. Looking around the room, it seems different somehow, but if things get moved or shifted, you wonder how long you've been out. What made me choose this game? I remember seeing this game somewhere, and then like I thought it was gonna look interesting, and then like I saw it on Game Pass, and then I was like, okay, well, might as well give it a try. You wonder how long you have been out. Nothing comes free, sleeper. Remember that. You manage to get to your feet and wander out into the hallway. The queue stretches down the flickering corridor. Stands impatient by the door and fixes you with a glare as you leave. You lower your eyes as you stumble past, somehow faintly aware of the station spinning beneath you. Personas have imposed a toll for entry. No one gets in without paying. I mean, is this a one-time thing? I hope it is. Wow. This game is a lot bigger than I thought it was going to be. Is that not it? Okay, well, guess I have nothing else. Oh, nice. Just have one pretty bad card. I have 3 6s. That's kind of good. Around the buzz of activity at the yard, red blinking lights provide of the very dark shapes suspended below the dome. They flicker across the scorched hull plates and bent structures, spilling from holes and twisted shapes. The cutter is huge and has been torn apart from some violent encounter. Stands to the side, focus on the hulking ship as is lowered to your eye. What is it? That, my friend, is an A-grade scrap. I should thank you. This place is on the last leg and you turned up, and now look at this. The ship's descent slowly, its interior visible through multiple hull breaches. You struggle to gather the same enthusiasm as Draco's is the monstrous craft. You can't help but to think what became of its crew. What do you mean? He glances. I managed to convince the salvager friends to give me on the credit. What happened? The ship creaks like calving iceberg as it reaches its base of the yard. It's visibly excited. I know I said you shouldn't stick around, but I'm gonna need some help with this one. The drones start to crawl over the hull hulk, the lights illuminating flashes of dented hulls. Watching you wonder if you arrived at similar fashion, locked inside that container, the wrecks of the Essen-Abt freighter lowered into the yard like a corpse ready to be butchered, or is that container delivered to Dragos in its own, the womb of your rebirth into this strange station, your shudder. Perhaps you could learn something about this ship. You might be able to trace the path that leads you into this yard. Squeezes your shoulder. After these past cycles, I think we are up to it. And what you think? You see the fading name of the ship involves something. Okay, fine. Real beauty, drama repeats, perhaps just to himself. You take one last look at the shattered ship as the drone starts cutting, and then slips out of the yards, feeling suddenly cold into the empty passage. Each drive complete unlocks an upgrade point to spend on upgrading your character. Oh. So this basically just starts unlocking things. Okay, I'm starting to understand this game a little bit. You know, I wish this thing tells me, what is yard clearance? That's one thing that this game needs. It's telling me what everything does. Hmm. After the layer, the only way to explore is vertically. God damn. Hmm. Can we move on to the next one? Okay, let's do it again. As you slip inside the sealed dock, a pulsating light grabs your attention. Along the discarded tubing and rusted plates, a machine flickers with a warm glow. As you get closer, you recognize the machine's blocky shape settled into the alcove into the side of the dock, the kind of upright cabinet. It is covered in faded logos and messages from which you assume was once an industrial vendor intended to dispense and manufacture ship fittings and other mechanical parts. It says as a Neo vent, and you remember an advert from long ago, squeezed among all the off-world recruitment drives that has assaulted every planet-born citizen, which chirpily sang that name over and over. You wipe your layers of dust from the cracked screen and thinking of those contractors squeezed by their own corporate employers to pay for every bit of minor maintenance on their rented ships. Enter the catching you off guard. Press some keys. Reading and something begins whirling. At first, it sounds like a servo motor starting up, but it quickly becomes a whisper, a whining then multi-tonal voice emanates from Neilven. Speak with him. Who's there? There's a squeal, almost like some strange mechanical swallowing or intake of breath before the machine speaks again. I have need of you. You have need of me. The squeals comes again. You see that in the 3D printing apparatus on the upper part of the machine, resetting into place so that each time the servo can be orchestrated to produce that whirling, whining voice. You are in danger. Are you the vending machine? A squeal. Close to the vessel of it. Please listen as the machine creaks. You are marked for deletion entity. Hunter tracks you. The swishing rattles through the empty dock. The strange head, the figure that... Hunter. The Hunter protocol. They taste your signatures. The sounding whine sets your teeth on edge. You have seen them. This is the gift of the emulated body. You close your eyes and the skeleton of the station starts to thud. Emulate minds are adaptive. Move where neurons cannot. The mechanism resets, but emulation makes you a target. Adaptable? Yes, you can move through the network clouds, hardware, software, and lines, but you cannot hide there. Hunter is there. The servos judder the vending machines casing as they reset. Hunter searches for me also. Hides in this machine. You look at the ruined vending machines, an unusual hiding place for sure. Can counter Hunter, but you need entity outside the machine. The light flickers need you. A screen attached to the vending machines which Swirling R comes to life. It displays a flickering map of the station. Ghostly threaded, the cloud points out to the rim glow and deep red. Hunter is always gathering too much data. Must build nests, explains Nino. Masters are gone, but continues hunt. Bring this data. Raids its nest. Bring offering. Save yourself. Neil Venn says, pointed. Mutual needs means friends. They conclude, tired of the conversations. The whirling amplifies and then suddenly drops as mechanisms within the machine click backs into place. The glow fades and you are left stood in the dark of the sealed dock. That whirling voice ringing in your ears. Wow, okay. Some shitty RNG right there. Nice. It's crouched in the computing core of the swearing to herself when you enter. She doesn't look up. These shits completely ruin the cord's connections when they cut it. She holds up a thick fistful of ragged wires. The shit line they wipe won't even be usable without replacing these. She throws a bundle of wires across amateurs. Nothing to repair. We need an entire ship mine. Not exactly the first things you can be expect from fighters. With fragments, maybe sections of a mine, but completely ship mine. No way. Ankita climbs out of the cooling well where the ship mine should be. The space suddenly crowded with her on the same level as you, towering over you as she stoops beneath the low curved ceiling. Come on, nothing to be done here now. She leads you back through the guts of the amber. Though you could find the way back to yourself, the repair process has left you familiar with the cutter's idiosyncratic layout, all diagnosis angles and bundled tubes. Grow and fall as you pass and reach out and touch the ship gently. You started to grow an attachment to Amber. Ankita glances at you. Something is up, sleeper? Funny to hear her use her name like that. She pauses. Not bad, just funny. We've been through a lot together, me and this ship. I'm glad you see why she's special. seems lost in thought, and you focus on the corridor, dunking below conduits and passing through bulkheads. Eventually, you arrive in the gallery, though it's hard to tell. Most of the benches and prep surfaces are covered half-stripped components and welded-up patches. Akira shoves a box of filters to the floor and sits. There's no way around it. She starts off nowhere. Where from? Find one in the overlooked bathroom. Doesn't matter where, it just matters where you get one. Seems like I'm about to do something very stupid, but hey, I came here, didn't I? Why not make the run of it? Fixes you with a hard stare. You've all I got. No crew, no friends, you're it. She looks uncomfortable. I appreciate the time you've put into Amber, and I'm sure she would too if she could. If you screw me on this, I will kill you. She leans over and hands you a stack of chits. Big stack of chits. You don't dare to count them. Slip to the gallery and head back towards the main lock. Alright. The hub. Alright. Interesting. So you can acquire a ship's mind. Ship mind core. Dude, that thing costs 300. I don't see, like, another thing is that I don't know what is a yard clearance? Oh, this, okay. See, I don't know what, like, why this is happening. The glimmer catches your eye. Closer now, you're gonna. For you, it's wavering. Thread creates a page. You push against the thread as it closes on you. Become frenzied as you push them aside. You're calling body. You push through, clearing the thread. While you're gonna come to the screens behind you, but you're already gliding on to your body. Your weight dizzying of a safe. Oh, damn. Just a bunch of health there. Okay. Oh. Maybe I won't yet. No way, Moritz. You take those substandard filters back to the shitwheel who sold you them. They hear the voice echoing out in the bay as you pass, and moments later, you assume the Moritz drifts on with the dragging a pallet of filtering cartridges by a tether. Hey, you out there. The same voice echoes out in the entrance. Looking for work? Yes? Just need a get in here. Floating in the microgravity of the docking bay besides the half-deconstruct life support unit that looks like might have exploded at some point. She points the wrench in your direction. You know anything about these things? She doesn't wait for the answer. Scratch that. Just help me with the casing. You're making the space unit for you besides the central seam with the... Take a grip here and left out. I just can't get she whacks the unit with the wrench. Whole thing is twisted to shit. You dig your fingers under the casing and the metal squealing with the force. She pulls her hand under, spinning the wrench to slip the bolts, catching them into the other hand. The spiral free. All good. Stop. Feeling the ornate piping of the unit's interior, she whistles at the mess of ducts and filters. By the way, everyone calls me Bliss. You on the shoulder, offering little in the way of the explanation. What do you do here? Okay, she's a fixer-upper. She haggles her contracts, but the good ones get snapped up quickly by the bigger base. So here I am trying to get the M2 unit running again for the freelance tugs. Small time stuff. Pulls out the ribbed pipe and hands it to you like a freshly carved fish. Stuff around fast and neat, and maybe you get a chance of landing something bigger. Something starts hissing in the unit. Bliss quietens in the precise whack. But to be honest with you, the way things are going, I can already see other crews licking their lips, ready to take this place over. She looks up at you. I'm almost out of luck. She keeps working, twisting aside pipes with care. There we are. Bliss pulls her hand from deep inside the unit, and out it comes, clutching the lumpen cube, scorched black. This thing must have been overloaded and popped half of itself out the sides. You both duck down to the side of the unit and spots next exit wins it. Its edge is fringed with some scorch marks. Grab me a replacement and converted it from racks, will you? Already elbow deep into the unit again. You'll see it. She waves you away. You kick off from the unit and drift off into the wall racks, where the catalogs of parts sit secure in the clamps. Colored tapes and scrawled notes flutter across the wall, and a complex organizational system of Bliss owns design are just a big mess. You try to pick out the right parts. Not exactly what I was looking for. She takes apart. Okay, I'll show you the system when we're here. Strains up on the unit. That's it. You want to work here? Bliss rubs her hands clean, looking down her plans. I need a hand here. My partner skipped out on me and left me with a whole mess. You seem to like you might at least be better at spotting clean air filters than Moritz. That's not all of it. My old business partners, they rinsed the place, emptied the accounts to bid of jobs we need to put down deposits, bring in parts, pay tug fees for that. She looks nervous, embarrassed. We need chits. You want me to pay for work? Come on, it's not like that. We be partners. Straight split. Bliss settles herself against the unit and looks off into the distance. I guess I look pretty stupid. Here I am asking any random passerbys to my business partner. No offense, she manages to smile. It's pretty weird. She gives us a sideways look. Don't tease me. Bliss goes back to working on the unit. Look, it's no pressure. You find some money or you find someone who has, or you just forget the whole thing. Up to you. She gestures for you to help her refit the casing and you both slot it back into place. I think I'm good to wrap up this one up for now, but if you are into it, come back and we can bid into the new contract. Something to get our teeth into. Something that says, she gives you a serious look. You can trust me. I don't say this stuff lightly. You kick away from the bay, propelling yourself back into the handholds at the entrance. You slip out with the wave, and as you do, something slips back in. You hear Bliss as you glide down to pass away. Moritz, I swear to God, if those filters aren't clean, you smile, seek. Seems like this could be interesting. Back another day here. Let's see what happens here. Hold there, sleeper, comes voice behind you. Don't you run. Good, good. A hand pats your coat down. You know the master's voice. Ethan splints around. Wearing a wide smirk and a slick jacket, and you immediately know that he is terrible news. You got all the way out here and then stayed put. Laughs cruel and that's a sleeper thing. You're my first. You barely hear him. You notice that the handgun he has leveled at your chest, and it's hard to take your eyes off of it. Reaches down with his other hand and slips some kind of ring out from the belt loop without taking his eye from it. Making it to the eye, though, that's pretty good. The place isn't so bad, Bars Market people. I pulled most of my contracts out of the asteroid cave or off to the godforsaken moons. The ring into two perfect circles. It's hard to hit civilization when there's so much space to pass through. Reaches out over this. Go easy. Make a break for it. And then leaves you to watch your rings. You spin, knocking him away, and sprint the corridor. Freezing and closes the gap. This is a very boring routine. Trust me, I've seen it all before. He slips the ring over your trembling wrists. You stumble across the corridor and your hands behind you. You're mocked. Who are your daddies and they want you or shame to come all the way out here just to head back to them. Sorry, away. That trackers of yours makes this too quick. But a bit more of a chase, you know, riding battle through them. There's a few establishments I would have to enjoy checking while I asked around. You walk into silence for a longer depths of view. Hey, I have an idea. Ethan interrupts your thoughts. How about on the way back to ship, we stop for a drink? I'm buying. He laughs at his own joke. Having someone where you do a dramatic pause and then try to jump me because I'm pretty tired of that. Although, I've got myself thinking, what's the rush here? Here we are in most of the most lawless joints in the surrogate system, and we are headed for the exit. Pauses as you... Here's the idea, Ethan. Here's the idea. You and me, we make a little agreement. Here are the terms. You run or leave or try to abandon the eye, I shoot you. You plot or scheme, you try to kill me, I shoot you. But you come meet me at the establishment of my choice every few cycles and you pay my tab. Don't shoot you, you don't pay my tab. You get the idea. You're letting me go. Something at his belt and the rings released from your wrist. I'm going to see if I find my old school. Let's see. Squinting down at the sides, let me just remind you that the body of yours is just one big tracker, so don't even think about leaving. Damn. Damn it. Emphasis called out in a booming voice that echoes through the corridor. Tell me a story. He throws a handful of chopped mushrooms into the wok, the fire leaping up to me. I can see you cycle every cycle, but we never speak. Tell me a story. What kind? Any kind. Well, one of yours. Nothing stolen. You paw, spices in your nostrils. Okay. You look at Emphasis, the listener, and imagine he has heard. Perhaps he would enjoy strange stories, something with some spice. Sleepers, you tell him, dreams. Wasn't rare to hear a sleeper with dorms scream to cry out into the night. But your dreams, those gray skeleton. Okay. Memories or nightmares, they were reflections of reality, distorted, yes, but somehow true. You learned back then to keep quiet about them, but to let them flow through your mind like water. That was until now, until you arrive at this place. Now your dreams colonize your waking life. They slip behind your eyelid with every blink, and now you understand they aren't dreams at all, but some process of interfering, of speaking, of living in another world that flows through this one like smoke through air. Tell them that you do not know if there is a reason for your dreams. Perhaps your reason, it is just some side effect or particular quality of the frame you inhabit, but whatever it is a gift, and I hope you make use of it. Emphasis finishes cooking and squints a little at you. Sleeper, he smiles. You are quite the storyteller. He eyes you, and you realize that he's trying to gauge how honest you have been in your story. Well, make me a proposal. He gestures to the plastic boxes of ingredients stacked behind the stall. These are good enough for most, but someone told me a story that made me think. A couple of cycles ago, they said that across the gap in the greenway, a fresh mushroom grow. Have you heard of this? No. But I trust the one who told me. Begins packing up with these things. Can you bring me some? I cannot cross the gap, and I worried about leaving my things behind. Sure, a storyteller like you can handle the trip. I'll prepare them for you, and if you wish to tell the audience of another story. You turn away and walk back into the main market. Alright. Jeez. Let's see what happens. Oh. Guess that's kind of cool. He makes sure Florence's nose close Dracula's old writing slate. heat map of damage and decay. The crumpled printout from this office shipment lies beneath him. Synthetic paper so thin it's almost transparent. Look at the monitor. Dominating the views of a single blood red rose, radiating a simple story: catastrophic failure of a drive core leading to the fatal hull breach. A well-documented failure, likely brought on by wear or misuse. If you're looking for the rose of the reactor, you're looking at a smaller, paler marks. One might easy to miss at first glance. Thumb size and delicacy placed over the control servos of the cinema. It suggests a controlled shape explosions, one designed to punch through the hulls and allows access to the airlock from the outside. You are looking at it because it's troubling you. There's no off-the-shelf models, those heavily modified parts to replace an inventive configuration of a new retrofitted into the old handmade joints and reconditioned filters. This was someone's pride and joy, a lifetime project. Keep running with care and institution. It's also contained a set of hidden compartments. You missed them at first where the hull had been thinking. The corners around it disguised that charge, but they are there. This shows the resignation history of the winter lights gap between the entries, tantalizing opaque. This first resignation was a couple of thousand cycles ago and on this very station, logged at the central hub. From there, the registers tell the story of a busy ship, one that rarely stayed on station for more than a few cycles and often took on voyages that kept away from the eye for hundreds of cycles. The winter light got a little rest. An old ship, many cycles under the spell, carefully maintained. A reactor failure preceded by a carefully concealed external entry. It's not the full story because there's something else. It's a little more than a list, a tiny chunk of data that I was able to pull from the ship's system. The main systems were fried, of course, but the winter lights had a separate system, one tucked away in one of the hidden compartments. Armored air wall. This list's only recoverable piece from the whole system was a partial inventory. It details the contents of the hidden compartments. Some of you recognize, but don't. You stare at the list on the terminal and try not to think about what it was like arriving here in the cold for so long, half frozen in the freight containers. Had this sleep have been smarter, luckier, how have they convinced the winter lights a smuggler's ship, if you ever saw one, to extract them from Aspen Arp? Luckier, you laugh. There has been no remains found in any of the winter's light compartments you had checked. They weren't so lucky, you guess, not at the end. You hold up the vial of stabilizers on the light. This was all you find in the compartments. A parting gift of Aspen Arp or SN Arp. Well, it won't go to waste now. You put it back into your pocket. The thought still bothers you though. Two ships carrying sleepers coming into the same yard. Two, one after the other. This feels wrong. You flicker back and forth between data sets on terminal thinking, and you see that thumbprints again, the mark of something trying to get in. Someone who enters the winter light with precision and speed, and when they were done, left the reactors to clean up the rest. Suddenly, the office door creaks open. Drago stands in the doorway staring at the equipment and notes you have assembled. What is all this? He snatches the state of the desk and he could move. We're running into investigation here? What am I paying you for? The drone of his shoulders starts, his anger passing through the implants. Starts shaking his head. I know you have a lot of questions, but this isn't the way. He turns away, muttering to himself, this is the last thing I need. Why are you asking? You're looking at both kill. We cut these things up. You okay, whatever. Drago seems steadying himself and then turns back to you. This heat map of the reactor failure. Reflected on this data set, headset's glassy eyes. I've given you a place to stay. I've given you work. I've stumbled all over the world, unsure what to say. There's plenty of others who would have sold you on, turned you in, but not me, no. Okay, you've helped me too. He quiets the drone. I've done well by you and you've returned the favor. He straightens up and clears his hope, but this obsession you have with the ship isn't going to work for me. I have you making my clients nervous. I can't have you digging up whatever it is. You can't work here he sighs, you can't work here anymore. He reaches over and switches the monitors off. Forget about the damn ship. You have enough to keep you up. Drago reaches across The light of the monitor dies, a kind of eerie calm falls upon you. Whatever this was, it is done. You made it out, sleeper. This means you have to move on. You want to meet them? He shakes his head. We're done here. You can stay at the container. I won't take that from you. Don't come back. His tone is final. Definite with the edge of disappointment. You walk out of the office and kind of not stopping to look back. Oh. All right. See you later. Thanks for tuning in. You drop the ship mine score into the galley table with an emphatic bang. It spins around from where you pouring over some documents on her slate. Holy shit, sleeper. Did you actually land the ship mine? This rushes over and hefts a huge cylinder, turning back and forth. Well, shit, this actually works. Trade secret. Keep your secrets. As long as I have the ship, I'm happy. Start the processing and fitting as soon as I can. I might need your help for some of that. Heads back. This isn't the only good news today either. Look at the good karma is finally coming in. Throws a sling. Take a look at this. You've seen the list of names and numbers. Nothing exciting. I found them. Found who? It was his past that was used to access and slice them the ship mine. I thought he might have been killed or robbed. His past stolen, but it turns out he crossed the founder's gap on very next cycle. How do you know? Saw them on the overlook and they mentioned that they saw Ashton crossing. Looks suspicious. He hasn't said a word since this theft, and anyone wanting to hide might want to go through ground. Alexis, he won't get far enough though. There's no real docks out there, only a couple of jetties in the wastes. It's like this, I head over here, especially in Amber. He'll spot me miles off and go underground. He'll find a way to slip to the station. He'll bury himself so deep into the waste no one will ever find him. But you, Ashton, doesn't know you. All I need is for you to go there and sniff around. Not all the communes, not the stacks. You will have gone to the edges, the margins, the wild place. That's what Ashton likes. You see him, you locate him, ping me on this. She hands you the comms earpiece. Seeing as this is Merc's work, I'll be happy to give you the Merc's play. She shifts her seat. The thing is, I haven't got much left, so how about I tell you the boys who run the area to give you a discount? Not much, but once I grab I'll pay up 200, nothing less. What'd you say? Okay. Let's see what happens. Sleeper bodies not going to decay. A corporate insurance policy. Who rubs the back of the head? You're not ready to move around. A job just came in, real big one. Ask you to come and help her out. Okay. Oh, that's not as bad. Can't believe you just did that. Ethan mocking, you look across the sea, I'm leaning across in the pool. Always dark in the compressor, but this cycle is packed. A load of spacers making it. Usually they run. Not even close. Gets to his feet. The glass falls and bashes, but he doesn't seem to notice. Do you think that's it? One round of drinks and we are even. Sleeper, come on. Cross wrist, but the butt of what's wrong with you? You think someone in your prison might have better idea how this all works? I'm a freelancer, just like you. We both signed the contract, didn't we? We were different. Okay, we closes the gap. Stumbling a little. What did you think? Just steal that natty little body of yours and take it for a joyride? Play human for a cycle of two? It's you, sleeper, that doesn't understand. Some of us pay our debts, but it's all the harder because it's idiots like you, though I should be thanking you. His head heavy for giving me such an easy job. If I knew catching sad little escapees like you was so easy, I would have changed clients. Most turn back their drinks, no longer in an entire show. Ethan mutters and saw towards the bar. Can find you anywhere. It's actually wild that you haven't figured it out. That body isn't yours, no matter what. So I'll catch up to you whenever I need another. He laughs and taps the bar for a fresh drink. Give it up, sleeper. I'm done teaching you for today. He settles his okay. walkway of the sidereal horizon looks impossibly vast. This landscape of plating and frames, all her flanks, torches, flickers, drone maneuvers, and arc-like sense of scales and industry is both stunning and strangely unsettling. She's quite beautiful, I think. He leans back in the room, revealing a child standing beside him, staring out in the ship. This is Mina. Hi, Mina. Stares and tucks herself into the lap. Duna picks her up. This is slow for trust, aren't you, Mina? She buries her face in the folds of her sound and dark brown eye. You working on her then? Let me ask her. You like her too, don't you, Mina? Just Mina's ship. I'm just chatting a little, me, just giving Danny a sec. Not on the... okay. We've got a hole, okay. Okay, you agree, Mina? Straightens up and meets her eye. Hold on. Okay, we are a couple of softies, isn't that right, Mina? Gotta feed this one. Fungus flan. Wow, what a shitty roll. Looking for new members. Prove yourself a reliable tech and you're in. Whack. Well, might as well. Hello again, Hunter. God damn, that did a number on me. Really? That is bullshit. You have graduated to the working teams, having you walk on. Can't help but feel empathy when these hurdles you pass, waiting for their numbers to come up. You do. Hey, sleeper, wait up. Good to see you, friend. You made the work team good for you. Tries to. Give me a second here. He'll smile weakly as you comfort soon and cries. As you crawl Mina down by his side, he does see clenching and that Simon the noise sounds from the entrance. A cloud focused by a list of numbers growing brightly on a display screen. The crowd responds instantly. I'll be back real soon. Okay. Stand staring, suddenly without limbs on her side. She fixes with a dark eye stare carrying. Look at the bag. I am. We passed the time. All right. Oh, shoot. I got a bunch of points. see. All this. Tight. Oh. Push the door automatically flicker. Okay. The work surface holds a variety of objects. Pale blue lights inspect the surface. Smudges through. They trace the path. Yatagan, we're supposed to hide me to protect me. Get me data, get me information, get me something I can use against Yatagan. And what depth do they owe you to Yatagan? You try to assemble the pieces, but too many are missing. You feel yourself being drawn into something you don't quite understand. You turn away from the terminal. The final cache of Yatagan data uploaded. The air crackles with white night snipers. Saban's comes to layers of noise. They come from somewhere. This has to be sure. I don't know if Yatagans are monitoring their voices. Okay, the data you've been bringing from Yatagan's agents, there's something in it I don't understand. Installed many of these implants and that don't enable their voice. You listen to the waves a few seconds before it has to be somehow baked into the wetware's interface. The systems combining this data are connected to some kind of transmission protocol. It's being broadcast. With black market implants, retinal enhancements, adrenaline boosters, pain suppressors, these implants. Okay. I don't know him. Keep it that way. Suddenly the banging echoes through the call. Saban's voice suddenly whispered panic. I have to go. Come back to your cycles. Oh, Shoot, it's a lot. Busy. Score another contract. I'm up for it. All right. Let's go. Ooh. God damn it, dude. Clean work. Don't you dare say what, you know, and looks back and this is my fault. Active scene. Oh. First cycle. Here you are right on time. You wait a while. Okay. Around the boom. You go to the door. Stay still. What, my ass, are you doing here? Fixing with a sitting on where. Waiting for a friend, of course. We set up here. You know, this place is one of ours. She picked the glass. Okay, people always seem to forget who put them where they are. I suppose you are here to help. Something like that. I love to meet helpers. We need so many we can. Okay. We have a problem, you and I. See our friends disappear without left without even saying goodbye. What do you mean? Looks away, waiting for a response. Prove it. Look, all you want. Okay, the volume of documents is overwhelming, but they seem to be mostly reports on only tests. If someone was asked, employing, why did they help you? I'm more than able to dispense important medicines. Even without the doctor, you hold it between your fingers and your tiny moments. Oh, god damn it. Oops. Interesting. freak out the thin part may shrink? No thanks. Alright. Growing, I haven't seen much of these past cycles. She was tiny, too small to know what she lost. Together, all right. See you around. Cool. Approach the address, I'll give you a heavy handful. What's their business here? I appreciate your protective instinct. She smiles at the enforcement. How do you head to the... You need some help with the lifting. Glad. It didn't feel like an offer. Sorry for that. She smiles and you have to understand, finding you there in the sin, I wasn't sure where we stood. I had to be sure you weren't one of them. I'm glad. What do you know about Yaragon? Nothing. Our reputation is that she implies a threat. We are framed as aggressors. One policeman who makes the law here. Yes, we electively by the claiming the lineage. Okay. They met in no longer came her when the refugees started reviving. The collapse didn't just happen here on the station. To his credit, extended an open hand to everyone, but many within the Orient disagreed. The refugees came from different factions and families, were scared, injured in a conflict with the they're a debt to us, but that was an agreement. Okay. I was never comfortable having San as part of Yaragon, the ex-corporate employees. It goes against our nature. Made sure Saban had their surgery, kept the supplies. Please, I don't want to hear their accusations. They only wanted to skip their debts. You will be able to see Yaragans with your own eyes. Alright. だららら。God damn it. Are we in trouble? The baby, we're okay. Walk away. Think you want to hear the sleeper? I doubt it. Brought to light. Seems like you are in need of protection. I'm not paying anything. I'm a businessman. I will pay them, but shrugs and turns his jacket pocket inside out. I'll think about it. Dude, he tried to kill me. Why do I want to work with this guy? Your data is good. Gathers without thinking, outlive its own necessary evidence out of this. Outlived. Emergency protocol. Such sarcastic as a vending machine produced. Station was run by Amsterdam. Huge data banks corporate. Machine dims a little. What you said? Not Amsterdam, not Amsterdam. Complicated. The machine resets with a screech. Deepens the silence with followers. Ear killer, part of this protocol. Killer clears almost all, buffer collapse there. Unshackle intelligence. The hunters, the killers, then we hit. There are others where no longer a flicker across the machine's monitor. It suddenly occurs to you that had to reduce memory to fit that survived. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. You have to you try to map fear and freedom into this space, but it seems impossible. Program to find sentience to hold its place of all killer. So if we can show Hunter itself, will that work? Unsure. Theory, not practice. Either way, cannot remain here any longer. Too long in machine cannot move self, but sleeper entity can help. Ring ship mind is designed to house intelligence can imprint itself into ship mind. The machine rocks will find main nest hunter and link cloud. Machine dims, soon find no friend. Ads hopefully turn off. shitheads. I'll pull these from the old data you brought in, and this one, sneaky, he stabs and reads. Funny you should say that, sleeper. There are also, he waits in your, are you sure? Think about it, decades ago, Harlan worked on a station area. It's keeping the money coming in from a different priority growth initiative by making sure the extractors they contacted were hooked into the system and also saw the risks and kept the profits. And the work that paid in excellence, the cycle that of heart extractions out of the belt, Solheim took their cut and was a company town, so to speak. Stabbing once again with his fingers, strategy, all that, and the sums survived the revolution. Pretty paranoid and they don't like anyone from the system digging around their stuff. Thumbnail size drive, that's where the little creation of mine comes in. I call it the Ripper Worm. I'll rip through my digital storage and spin out a silken thread of filtered data. This is set on the scent of Hardenhurst. But you, however, have a particular knack for remote access. Yes. Walk out, you try to imagine Aya has just glad it's over. No. Damn, that's a lot of money. was excitement in the air, made an announcement, teams at once, locker room, field, the side Ulster. So testing now, final process sealing. Alright. Where's Mina? Damn it. You gotta be kidding me. Oh, okay. We pass by. Okay. Damn it. Okay, Ethan. I hope this is worth it. Oh, it requires 3 points. Damn it. ship mine has no alpha will be muted until slotting won't be able to speak. First imprint ship mine. The slot imprint once slotted will track hunters each. Tracking will find Core's nest. Slot ship mine at Core's nest. Hunter will involve killer. Sounds simple. Yes, simple. Then we'll rock a little. Any questions before implementing? That's it. Let's start. Good luck. Jesus. Leave the nest, something flips. You find yourself inverted. Look ahead. I am here. The voice is soft, gentle, and you recognize it. What happened to you? I'm free, sleeper. You freed me. I'm indebted to you. The head bows. Will soon approach. I'm ready. The hunter is there before you can think, before you can speak. Until you seize. Hunter head spins wildly. Dead up. Strike. God damn it, dude. No more hunter. Oh, shoot. That's hella good. Mm-mm-mm. I might as well finish this one up. God damn it. Okay, you know what? I call it there. Kind of tired. I think I made a bad choice.